I have no idea if this will even run. I know I had a lot of issues with crashing before, but I think they might have fixed it. What's up, Creeper Kitty? Hi, hi. I'm just testing Death Stranding real quick. Yeah, the story is pretty interesting, and I'm surprised it runs as well as it does right now. Because if you look, this is my graphic settings. And if you look here, available graphics memory 22.3 out of 2.1. But the thing is that it's usually 2.5. It's because I'm recording. Anyway. But yeah, the game has a interesting story. I don't remember too much about it. I need this. There you go. But I actually got really into reading about it. Especially around when Jack played it. Yeah. The whole aspect of like everything in game can be explained, like the time fall. Apparently, there's an in-game reason for that as well. The monsters, they're dead people. They just don't know they're dead. The aspect of living people traveling to what they refer to as the beach, which can be seen several times in the game. Probably, I think we can see it in the beginning of this. And that's basically the point in which the living are in the water. Oh, alright. Well, I'll talk to you later then, Creeper. Thank you for joining me for so much. I really do appreciate it. Prologue, Porter.
I think they're gone. What the hell? Didn't mean to grab you so hard. Tears. A chiral allergy. So, you have dooms, like me.
I've got the extinction factor, but I think you got me beat.
What's your level? You can see them, right?
No, but I can sense them.
Level 2, then.
What are you doing here?
Trying to stay dry. Same as you. Time falls let up. My name is Fragile.
Yeah, I've heard of you.
That right? Sam Porter Bridges. The man who delivers. You want it? A crypto byte a day keeps the time fall away.
It's weird.
Wanna come work for me? Must be tough out here on your own.
Yeah, I thought Fragile Express had plenty of people.
Plenty of traitors. Not much left of us now, save for a few honest folks. And on top of that, not much left of me either. Got soaked from neck to toe.
I can't help you with that. I make deliveries, that's all.
This is Bridges Central Dispatch. Freelance contractor Sam Porter Bridges. Receiver is standing by for drop.
Headed into town. Watch yourself. Those things never stay gone for long.
That doesn't seem like a very useful umbrella.
The time fall fast forwards whatever it touches. But it can't wash everything away. The past just won't let go. I'll see you around. Sam Porter Bridges.
That would suck. Like, honestly. Like, I enjoy the ring, but not being able to go out into it, that kind of stinks. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually see something. Yeah, whatever. Right delivery.
Delivering cargo.
What took you so long? It's not like the legend to come in late.
Had to wait out the storm. Lost my bike.
Sounds like you've been through the ringer. Luckily, our goods are in perfect condition. Well, you did keep us waiting, but everything else seems to be in perfect order, so great work. We'll be awaiting the next delivery.
Nice. Blah, blah, blah.
Special commission for Sam Porter Bridges. Priority 1.
Igor, Bridges Corpse Disposal. Sam Porter, I presume? Right. Not the touchy-feely type. Document said you had some kind of phobia.
Bridges corpse disposal? What happened?
Look, gotta get a move on. I'll explain as we go. Come on. Come and take a look. He's got a date with the incinerator.
How long since he flatlined?
We don't know the exact TOD, but I'd say it's been upwards of 40 hours.
He wasn't quarantined.
Not sick. This is a suicide.
Oh, Jesus.
We're just lucky we found him at all. Got him on ice ASAP, but who knows when he'll go necro.
Where you taking him?
Closest incinerator's to the north.
This route's crawling with BTs. Sure you can't use another?
I wish I could, but there's no time.
Then just burn the poor bastard right here.
They put all that chiralium in the air so close to town? Can't do it.
Better that than trying for the incinerator.
Hey, we can do this. We just need someone like you with dooms.
Well, he's already in the first stages of necrosis. If we don't hurry, this place is a crater.
So how about it? Can we count on you? Then Bridges hereby enters into a contract with Sam Porter.
Sam. Just Sam. And I can't spot BTs. Just sense them.
That's why we came prepared.
A bridge baby, huh?
With its help and you, we'll be able to stay one step ahead of them. makes me feel like shit every time.
Well, you are plugging into the other side. Freaks me out too.
Roll out!
Look. I'm surprised it's still running as well as it is.
You know, the world was different when I was a kid. America was a country. Anybody could go anywhere they damn well pleased. No need for couriers like yourself. We had highways, airplanes. Hell, you could even visit other countries. Hard to imagine it now. As you can see, the Death Stranding poked us full of holes. Fucked us beyond all recognition. And if you were lucky enough to survive, the timefall came and washed you away. Then those freaks from the beach showed up. The worlds of the living and the dead all mixed together. And that's when folks started holing up in the cities. Couriers like yourself got put up on a pedestal. Son of a bitch. Rainbow!
How much further to the incinerator? This guy's about to pop.
Shit. We're gonna have to cut through the BTs. Engine stalled.
These assholes got us right where they want us. Get us out of here.
Sam, can you see anything?
No, nothing.
This BB must be busted or something.
What's up, Tensa? I didn't realize you were here. Crab! Cramp. Crabs. Cramps. Crabs. Good thing he didn't land face up. understand. What was the red with his boot? He should be super old right now.
Shit, they're here. I can't get you out! Sam!
Shut up. Don't even breathe.
Oh, that's his blood, I bet.
They're surrounded. Sorry.
Things get made. Things get very big. So I think the story involves the creatures from across the mortal coil getting a hold of living humans and then causing a nuclear cataclysmic event. Like they go boom. They go boom. Like big boom, the big boom. I believe that's twice we've seen the beings in the air and the whales. The beach. Death Stranding.
Falling down, London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
This game is very odd.
Baby. Baby, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Steady.
What's up, Cosmic Blinks? How are you today? Tonight. Just a big boo. Just a
Once
big
there was an
boo.
explosion. A bang which gave rise to life as we know it. And then came the next explosion.
Just a big handprint.
An explosion that will be our last.
That's good. What are you up to tonight? Ha! All right. Stream Raiders? What is that?
wait. So, how does it feel to be back in the world of the living? Don't worry. I'm a doctor. Well, a coroner, originally.
Aw, okay. Well, thank you for stopping by, Cosmic. I really do appreciate it.
Call me Dead Man. I'm well acquainted with the dead. Not like you, of course. Contrary to the name, I've never actually died. I would advise against that. I'm no expert, but I can assure you it's for your own protection. See?
Oh, you're
I'm a
fine.
Prisoner.
These aren't handcuffs. They're cutting-edge devices that keep us all connected.
Us? Oh, us.
Yup. Bridges. Humanity's best hope for the
And don't
future.
say you don't have to be sorry,
Or
Cosmic. I
avoiding
appreciate
extinction,
it. Thank you
if you
so
prefer.
much for joining.
Right.
Even if it's just a little
Where
bit.
am I? What time is it?
Watch me. Try pressing it against your skin, like this. Relax. That just means your body's got a good connection to the cufflink. Look, look. The cuffs will watch over you 24 hours a day. That is to say, we will. We're here to help.
What the hell? 2 days.
During that time, we took the liberty of collecting fluid samples from you. You're a repatriate. That makes you very special.
What happened to the CD guys?
Central Knot was obliterated in the Annihilation. Game over, man. Place is a crater. The only ones to get to continue were you, for obvious reasons, and your broken bridge baby.
Is it all right?
It's been marked for disposal. Didn't work anymore. Why keep it? We lost everyone. Not just corpse disposal. My team, HQ, all of Redford, every soul in Central Knot City. We're at our base, in Capital Knot City now. Or should I say, our new headquarters. Sudbury seemed the logical choice. But our implementation team has been decimated, and there's only so much they can do in 2 days. Things here are a mess. Fortunately, the director and his support team were out of town at the time, so the chain of command remains intact. I hate to do this so soon, but I have a job for you. This stencil is from when you repatriated? What's the other mark from?
A clinging woman in a cave.
I see. Aphenphosmphobia. No wonder you were out there alone, where no one could touch you. I'll try to be more careful, Sam. So, the job is an urgent delivery. I need you to bring the president some morphine.
What president? America's gone. You talking about the mayor of Central Knot?
No, not the mayor. America lives on, Sam. The president is in the final stages of cancer, in critical condition, but there's still time.
Why me?
Look, Sam. Do as I ask, and I promise it will all make sense.
Why don't you do it?
Because I'm not really here. Apologies. This is just a chirogram. And here, come the tears. Allergic reaction to the chiral transmission. I'm actually over in the isolation ward in the big triangle building. Here is the morphine. Bridges hereby enters into a contract with Sam Porter.
Come on, you got morphine there. What's this about? Tell me the truth.
The truth, Sam, is that America's last president wants to see you in person. Are you really about to say no? Very good. I'll see you in the isolation ward.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying a beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Oh, we're getting into the game. Let's see how this...
Delivery order for Sam Porter Bridges. Request transport of morphine to isolation ward for immediate administration to the president. Check the map on your cufflinks if you're lost, Sam. The isolation word should be pretty obvious. If you're not sure how to get there, you can set markers and draw routes too. Try it out and you'll see what I mean.
How do I... Oh, yeah. Oh.
Sam, if you want to confirm you're headed the right way, check your compass. It'll never steer you wrong. Provided you have a destination, that is. Central wasn't just home to Bridges HQ. It was also the seat of the Reconstructionist movement. If the president hadn't required special treatment, she would have never left. And if she hadn't, we wouldn't have either.
This game is so pretty.
vital signs are all trending the same way.
No chance of a recovery then?
None that I can see. No.
We should start making preparations.
Sam! It's me, Dead Man. Sorry, my mistake. I'm afraid the President's condition has deteriorated. Thank you. This will help to ease the pain. And allow her to speak with you in these final moments.
Her?
The first and last female president of the United States. Surely you remember her. She raised you? You're not exactly dressed for a reunion. Take that off before you come inside. That's the President's right-hand man, the Director of Bridges.
Die Hardman?
Oh, you were with Bridges 1? So, I guess no introductions are necessary.
What's it been, Sam? 10 years? Look at us. A bunch of deathless freaks meeting like this. Yeah, well, good to see you two. President's waiting. It's your mother, Bridget. She's a bit out of it, but I know she'll recognize you.
Madam President, we've brought Sam. We'll leave you two alone.
Sam, I knew you'd come back. Are you doing all right? Yeah, I know you hate me. Amelie.
Amelie?
You remember Amelie went west. Took her 3 years to cross. She's trying to rebuild the country.
Still going on about that, huh?
You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out. Help Amelie. She needs you. Together, you can help us reconnect. You can make America whole. Sam, if we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive.
We don't need a country. Not anymore.
We do. Alone, we have no future.
No, America's finished. Bridget, you're the president of jack shit.
Sam, listen to me. willing to help me.
No, I
love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Madam President! Oh, no.
Doctor, we need your help.
All hands on deck here. She's in V-Vips. Give me 150 cc's. She's not responding.
Stay with me. Madam President.
She's dropping.
Hold on.
We're losing her. Time of death?
I don't understand the black gun.
Listen, no one can know that the president is dead. If word gets out, Bridges is finished. Now, what happened here does not leave this room. Do you understand?
Yes, Director. But there's still the matter of the body. Without corpse disposal.
We've got that covered. Sam, before she died, the president made a contract with you.
What are you talking about?
As a member of Bridges, you're gonna work with the rest of us to rebuild America.
You think you can recruit me? Like she tried to?
Well, she succeeded. Look at your wrist. If that's not symbolic, I don't know what is.
Director, the cancer spread throughout her entire body. Harvesting organs is out of the question, and there is no need for an autopsy. Her body needs to be cremated before she necrotizes.
And if we don't, this place will turn into another crater.
What do you want me to do?
We don't have any porters right now. And the CD team you went into the field with are dead. But the president's body has to be burned.
The road from Capital Knot City to the incinerator was compromised in the void out. Now, the only way there is on foot, through the mountains. But the chiral density there is off the chart. It's gotta be BTs.
This job has requirements. Tombs. Repatriate.
So me. Why?
Sam, you're already on the clock.
Now get it done, Sam Porter Bridges.
Honestly, that kind of sucks that he kind of gets forced into this position. But he's a little bitch. Or, you know, whatever. Yeah.
Can I have a moment? President Strand believed in American Reconstructionism. She worked tirelessly to bring the nation together again. And without her, there would be no bridges. She deserves a funeral with full honors. But we can't give her that. If she dies, America dies.
Without her, bridges will cease to be.
Listen. Her cremation must be carried out with the utmost secrecy.
Even if we pull it off, what then? Who's gonna take her place? Face it, America's history.
Sam, America isn't dead yet.
He just said that it dies if Bridget dies.
She may be lost to us, but we still have an America worthy of the presidency.
Sorry, what?
Let's not get into it now. What matters is that we're going to finish your mother's work and rebuild America as she intended. That's the reason Bridges exists. So take the first step, Sam, and deliver the president's body to the incinerator.
If we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive. You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out. I love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
The facilities to the southwest. Remember that you'll be passing through BT territory.
We built the incinerator way up in the mountains so that the chiral matter in the smoke wouldn't reach the city. It won't be easy carrying a body up there.
We'll be monitoring you around the clock. If anything comes up, we'll offer you support via the cufflinks.
Which is more like a spider web.
Sam, this is Die Hartman. Dead men explained how to use the cuffs, right? Use them to check the location of the incinerator.
What's up, Tensa? I said hi earlier. I saw you in here. But you kind of weren't really talkative.
Sam, I don't think I need to remind you, but every minute counts when transporting corpses for disposal. 48 hours following cardiac arrest, they go necro and become a fresh BT to make our lives happy.
Shoto! Oh, thank you all. Thank you so much for the bit. Really appreciate that. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Memorial Day. I'm doing well. How are you, Shoto? Alexa, what is 8 a.m. EST to GMT?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, Disney Tsum Tsum is a range of Japanese collectible stuffed toys based upon Disney-owned characters. The names they
Alexa,
reflect in the Japanese...
stop. All right. That leaves me no choice.
According to an
Alexa,
Answers
stop.
contributor, Disney Tsum Tsum is a range of Japanese collectible stuffed
Alexa.
toys based upon Disney...
Stop. Let's see. EST to GMT. So you're a good 4 hours ahead of me. So when I stream early mornings at 8 a.m., it's 12 o'clock p.m. for you. And if you go to school, that's right in school time. But I also do the witching hour sometimes, so 12 p.m. 12 a.m. to GMT. So right now, it's when I start the witching hour, it's usually 4 o'clock for you. So 4 p.m. I'll be I stream sometimes then for you. And then I go on whenever. I usually stream for 4 hours. Yeah. So if you just honestly just keep an eye on Discord. Like I say every time, and that's why I kind of push the Discord thing around, because I actually just use Discord for everything. Discord to tell people I'm streaming and stuff like that. So if you hear ping on Discord, I'm in live. And you just gotta make sure you don't mute it. It's not like I hit it all the time. It's just, well, whatever. Well, I'm gonna take a small break. We had a wonderful Memorial Day, so I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm back. So, really quick. I have a cat. Look at the kitty. Meow. She's such a good kitty. Ooh. So this is Alley Cat. Meow. Figure we just take a moment. Look at the cat. Kitty. Such a good kitty. How old is she now? She's pretty old. Like 15? 16 years? That's a story we like to share about her. Call her the Devil Cat. Not for any nefarious reasons. Mainly because, well, one point we just wasn't able to take care of her anymore. And, so my stepdad had decided to take her to a farm several miles away. And in doing so, oh, Shoto, what's up? I thought you were still here. Her name's Alley Cat. We also call her a devil cat. She's about 15 years old. You wouldn't be able to tell with how good she looks. She's well taken care of. It was AFK on TikTok. You're good. Oh, we call her Devil Cat because there was this one time where my stepdad was taking her to... we couldn't afford to take care of her anymore. So my stepdad took her to a farm several miles away. Only for us to be in bed about a couple days later. And all the alarms, the smoke alarms went off all at once. And as we're rushing to go outside because we don't know what's wrong, we open the door, and as soon as we do, the alarms go off, and outside is sitting Alley Cat waiting to come in. we're like, oh, this cat has devil powers, but she's just a good kitty. She's a good cat. She's old though. She doesn't look like it though. She really loves attention. The only problem is you like to pee on things that are on the floor, especially cloth. Yeah. I like to pee on shirts and pants because it's just what you want to do, huh? But she's a good cat. Huh. Strongest use and express them openly. Oh, cats have devil. I also have hair that clings to every part of me when I hold her. All right. Also got chips because I'm hungry. Shadow, do you want to hear a joke? All right. A man has trouble raising his dog. He finds that the dog is just pooping everywhere. He doesn't like it. He just wants the dog to use the bathroom outside. So he hears about a pet shop owner that can train any animal. And so he goes into town and checks it out and stands in front of the pet shop before stepping inside. And he immediately finds it odd. Mainly because on one half of the store, nothing but dog treats. Dog treats everywhere, every single kind. On the other half of the store, though, are dildos. Just a bunch of different kinds of dildos. He goes over to the counter and goes, "Sir, your store is kind of odd, but I heard that there's a man here who could train any kind of animal." And so the man behind the counter smiles and says, "Oh, yeah, sure. I can definitely help out with that." They're like, "What seems to be the problem?" And he goes, "Well, my dog has been just pooping inside all the time, and I'm getting tired of it. I want him to poop outside for a change."
Come on, let's get this show on the road.
And the man ended up nodding and saying, "All right, well, here's what we can do." And he pulls out a leather-bound book. And it goes, "This book will help you greatly, like it did for me." What it does is that in whatever accordance that your dog wants, whatever your dog wants, it will get in accordance to what you want it to do. So if it wanted something, it'll receive something in order for it to go poop outside. This works on any animal. So the owner takes it and thinking, you know, I don't got anything to lose, so I might as well try. And about a week and a half later, he brings the book back, places it on the counter. He says, well, I don't have a problem with my dog pooping outside anymore, but now my house is just filled with meats. Pork chops, steaks, and hot dogs. What am I supposed to do with all these meats? Man behind the counter simply laughs and goes, well, do what I did. Open a shop. My dog wanted infinite dog treats while my cat wanted me to go fuck myself. Little joke I found on Reddit. I'm glad you like that one. It's a good joke. Sorry, I'm muted with spacebar, but I heard punchline. Oh, that's all. Here's another one. Two guys, and this is another Reddit one.
Right in front of you.
A man walks into a bar. A man walks into a bar and orders a shot of vodka. He goes, $2, please. Man is confused. Like, I've never had a shot that cheap before. And so he goes, well, since the drinks are so cheap, I'll have a steak and some fries. Man behind the counter goes, that'll be $2, please. The man ordering the food goes, oh my god, I've never had a meal that cheap before, especially a steak dinner. Are you the owner? And the guy behind the counter goes, oh, no, he's upstairs. The man behind the man who's ordering is like, what is he doing? He's like, oh, he's with my wife. The man continues like, well, what are you doing? Man behind the counter goes, oh, I'm doing to his business that he's doing to my wife. If you don't get that, you might not be old enough.
is climbing rapidly. Heavy timefall is imminent. Get back here, now.
Sam, burn the other cargo while you're there.
I'll explain in a moment.
What's this?
BB-28. It's the unit Igor was assigned. It was hooked up to you when we found you in the crater.
But why is it here?
Because it's flagged for disposal. Central Knot's gone, and our headquarters along with it. Because that thing didn't do its job. It's all in Igor's logs.
But it's still alive.
It can't be repaired, and it can't survive outside the pod. Pity it if you want, but the decision has been made. It has to go. The director approved the order.
My status is fucked. There's tons of them.
Must be from the bodies we couldn't get up to the incinerator in time. Comes with the territory, I'm afraid.
Can you sit out the rain?
No. They're closing in on my position. I have to move before they realize I'm in here.
Sam, if one of those things eats you, it'll trigger a void out. You'll come back, sure, but the surrounding area will still be a crater.
I got an idea. Start, you shit. Maybe you are defective. That's it. Do your thing.
Alright.
Keep low.
Alright. So, no, the pet shop owner had shelves lined with dildos. And yes, it was a man. He didn't use them. right in the thick of it. Right? It just happens.
It's a miracle either of you made it back. When someone with dooms hooks up to a BB, your feelings and memories cause feedback, like with the speaker. It amplifies fears and stress, and runs the risk of taking you to a place from which you will not return. I'm sorry, but this BB has been pushed beyond its limits. Disposal is the only option.
Sam, get cleaned up and come to the president's office. We need to talk.
Sunset, the day is ending. Let that yawn out. There's no pretending.
I want you to support you and obviously the actual content bit. What do you mean I don't have to? I mean, like, if you have something better you need to do, don't prioritize me over doing something else. That's all I'm saying. This is the better thing. Oh. Alright. If you want to watch me, that's fine.
I thought I told you dooms and BBs were a dangerous combination. Huh, perhaps a shower is in order. You're still covered in chiralium.
Well, thank you for the bits.
President to see you like that.
The hell you talking about? She's dead.
You're upset. Is this about BB-28?
Go fuck yourself. I'm not your errand boy.
Well, in any event, it seems it owes you its life.
No, we owe the kid our lives. You too.
As you say, I shall look after it. Give my regards to the president.
I hate that they treat it like an it instead of he or she. There's just an item to be used. Well, thank you so much for the bits there, Shoto. I really do appreciate it.
It's almost time to go, Sam. Here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll always be with you.
Amelie.
Good morning, Sam. Sam, this is Di Hartman. There's a private room set aside for your use. Bridges perk. Take a moment to clean up, wash all that chiralium off, then come to the president's office.
Sam, can you hear me?
For fuck's sake. Isn't anything private anymore?
Oh, no. Except for taking a shower and going to the toilet, that is. I take it you were getting yourself cleaned up. Good. Come to the president's office as soon as you're done. She's waiting for you.
After this, I think we'll move on to the next one.
You did well, Sam. Thank you. Bridget may no longer be with us, but her legacy has a chance to live on. Sam, listen to me. America, Reconstructionism, her dream isn't dead.
I don't want to hear it.
This is the face of our new hope. Our new America.
Amelie. Amelie, I mean.
My mother may be gone, but I'm here. And you, Sam, you're here too.
Been 10 years since you saw each other, right? And in all that time, she hasn't aged a day.
He knows why. My body's still on the beach. I don't get to grow older. But you do, Sam. You look good.
So you're serious then about reconnecting everyone and everything?
Someone has to succeed Bridget, Sam. More importantly, someone has to carry on her legacy and see our country rebuilt. Samantha America Strand, our new president. A new beginning for our people, for our nation. Under Emily's leadership, we'll re-establish the UCA, the United Cities of America. This is how we'll rebuild our country. But we'll need your help to do it, Sam.
No, I'm through with this. I said my goodbyes to all of you when I said them to Bridget.
We never forgot about you, Sam. You ran away. You cut us off.
Emily put together an expedition. The best of Bridges won. And went west.
I led them past craters in BT territory. I kept them safe while they searched for survivors.
Never once missed a BT. Saw him coming a mile away.
We convinced community after community to join the UCA, and we left behind our own people to help them. It took us 3 years, but we managed to make it all the way to Edgenot City.
All the way to the Pacific. Jesus.
Yeah, but then everything went to hell. The team was wiped out, and Emily was taken.
Taken?
I'm not being kept in a cell or anything like that. I'm allowed to use their facilities and to speak with you whenever I want. I just can't leave the city.
It's all to safeguard the continued independence of Edgenot City. Well, that's what her keepers are saying, at least. They want the UCA to leave them be. Emily's their insurance policy in case we don't.
Who are these assholes again?
Homo Demons. Militant separatist group. They run Edgenot City.
I've heard of them. Bunch of terrorists who go around towns killing people and leaving craters.
Right. Nothing's off limits for them. Not even engineering void outs.
You think the suicide that took out Central Knot was one of theirs?
Could be. There are extremists like the demons everywhere, plotting in the shadows. They're decentralized by nature. No one organization to rule them all. Just a common ideology.
I know not everyone shares our vision for the future. If we Americans don't come together again, humanity won't survive. I carried my mother's message to people all across the country. But not everyone was willing to accept it.
More than a few would rather stay isolated. Keep to themselves. Go it alone. Like you, Sam. They think that America can only be rebuilt by force, by men who tell them what to do, who take away their freedom and put them in shackles.
What'd you put on me, huh? You know better than the demons. Just another kind of cult.
They're not shackles, Sam. They're a symbol of our bonds. That's what we need right now. Not to stand apart, but to come together. To form chiral knots and reconnect.
Sam, we want you to go west and finish what Emily started. The people she left behind have been hard at work, setting up chiral network terminals. But these terminals are still isolated. We need you to bring them online. And for that, you'll need a Cupid. This contains all the necessary security and operations protocols to integrate a terminal into the chiral web. Take the Cupid west, Sam, and reconnect the people of our great nation. And when you get to Edge Knot City, find Emily and bring her home.
After that, I'll take over the presidency and carry on Mother's work to save the country.
This was Bridget's dying wish. This is how we'll move forward.
Please, Sam. We need you.
I'm Sam Porter Bridges now. I'm not a Strand. Hell, I'm not even part of this outfit. You all saw to that. I'm not getting involved with you, or anyone else, ever again.
Wait!
See? It's like I'm not even here. Same as it ever was.
Sam! Sam! Hold on. Stop! Listen to me. America needs you. Both of you.
Yeah, covering the world in cable didn't bring an end to war and suffering. Don't act surprised when it all comes apart if you try to do it again. Round and round it goes. Connect, reconnect, it's not that simple.
All right, Sam. Just take it easy. I get it. You don't have to commit to anything now. Why not get some rest?
Good idea. We all need our sleep. Leave it too long and you're liable to reconnect with the other side. The necessary maintenance has been completed. Various adjustments and fine-tuning for your benefit. You can use it again. For once, it would seem that Dooms and BBs are a good combination. Or perhaps the two of you have something of an affinity for one another.
Babies are gross. I will say that on stream. Babies are gross. God, I forgot how long these cutscenes are. It's like a Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear cutscenes. They just take forever.
Sam. Listen, you are Sam Strand.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. My name is Sam Porter Bridges.
It's a funny word, Strand. A strand is part of rope or bond, while stranding means being washed up on the shore. And being stranded is when you can't go home. I'm stranded now, Sam. Here on the shore of the Pacific. Thousands of miles away, but our bond still holds. You're free, but we're still connected. Don't tell me we're not.
How do you post links on laptop? I'm stupid. You're not stupid. Basically, you highlight the link, Control C, then Control V where you want to post it.
Come back, Sam.
But you can't post it in the Twitch because it'll get blocked by the bot. So post it in the Discord.
I'll be waiting for you.
Wait!
Good morning, Sam.
Sam, this is Di Hardman. You were out like a log. Must have been beat. Private rooms come with all the basic amenities. Shower, toilet, etc. Drop in when you need to rest. Inspect your gear, review info, or whatever else. If you have any questions, feel free to ask our staff. But before you do, why not check things out for yourself? See how Bridges operates these days.
Sam, this is Deadman. I calibrated your BB based on physiological data we collected from you earlier. It's still just a best guess, though. After you take it out for a spin, we can check if you're in sync and tweak the BB sensitivity as needed.
You okay?
BB looks happy. If you can believe it. Control C, then Control V. V as in vector.
Speaking of suits, blue is for delivery personnel, red for medical, orange for corpse disposal, and black for security.
Sam, Hartman here. Research are devoted to uncovering the secrets of the beaches in the Death Stranding, as well as those of dooms and repatriates. The shower in your room was designed with chiral decontamination in mind. Chiral matter can adversely affect hormone secretion and nervous function. There's a correlation between exposure and the development of phobias, as well as in extreme cases, violent and suicidal impulses. Chiralium contamination has even been postulated as a trigger for the onset of dooms. I should add that these showers have another function: the collection of blood, hair, fluids, and other natural waste products. They provide a non-invasive means to monitor your exposure to chiralium and your overall health. And I freely admit a chance to study the unique properties of your physiology, you being a repatriate and all.
From the clipboard, it's Control V. You have to select where you want to put it first, you know, where you can enter in text. The only thing I don't like about this is that it's got tons of product placements.
Weird.
Yep. Yep.
With that terminal there, you can browse the bridge's database, which has info on a range of subjects. You don't have clearance for everything, but there's still plenty you might find informative.
All right. What's that it is?
Hey there. Believe we've met. I oversee delivery operations as well as maintenance and repairs. Nice to have you on board. I'm Mama, in case I didn't mention it before. Those there are strands. Not just used for packing, by the way, but for identification too. Take a closer look and you'll see. See the red there? That's your blood.
Hmm.
Well, have you had a chance to think it over? Chock full of chiralium, but safe for you Dooms guys to wear. That's all you'll need to go forth and reconnect the world. To make us whole again.
I'm a porter. I don't care about connecting anything. Or making knots. But I'll do what I have to help Amelie out.
Listen up, Sam. The terminals Amelie's people built in the towns and cities they passed through on their journey west are called knots. The infrastructure's there, but the Cairo network is offline. Right now, it's only capable of transmitting voice communications. Sometimes wired, sometimes wireless, and a small amount of data. So, unless the necessary data stored on site, our chirograms won't show up. Amelie and the other Bridges members you've seen around the place are grams generated with local data. In case you didn't know. Anyway, all you've got to do is find the knot, connect your Cupid, and bring Chiral Communications online. Once you connect it to the terminal, you'll be able to initiate zero-time massive data transmission with the UCA network. And just like that, you'll reconnect us not only to each other, but to our past. All the lost and fragmented junk data will be compiled and restored. Like bringing a dinosaur back to life from a fossil.
We know how well that went with Jurassic Park.
$4.6 billion years of history on Earth. All the wisdom and knowledge we lost since the Death Stranding will be ours again. And that, my friend, is how we'll beat this thing. Once you establish Chiral Communications, generating grams won't be an issue. You'll also be able to use chiral printers. Won't be long before we're able to send all kinds of things through the wire.
Except anything original. Or that's got a soul. Nothing real. Just copies.
True. Which is why we'll still need porters like you. Before and after we're made whole, we'll need men in the middle.
No rest for the wicked, huh?
Yeah, well, idle hands and all that. We'll give you the details at the dispatch terminal. Make sure you check it upstairs. Drop's waiting up there, too.
These shoes look like they've done some serious miles. Shall I dispose of them?
Wait. Hold on. There's something I want you to look into. My blood seemed to set those things off. Happened more than once.
Set them off? How do you mean?
I don't know. You took my blood, didn't you? You tell me.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
All right, give me a moment.
I'm sorry, Lisa. Don't worry. I'll take care of him. I promise you. Maybe. Maybe. Baby, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Steady.
All right. Let's move on to something else, and let me take a look at what you said. Controversial opinion. All right, let me check this out. Babies are gross. Well, yeah, they are. Have you ever seen a baby? They spit up, they blow bubbles of their own snot, and it's just they poop and diapers, and they're gross. They're just gross. They're gross. They're very gross. They just. You also poop. Yeah, poop in a toilet. All right, there's a difference in that. I poop in the toilet. Baby poops in a diaper. And yeah, I know that babies can't help that. But I also can't help but hate them. Not hate. Hate's a strong word. I just find them gross. That's all. Anyway, welcome to the Painscreek killings. Am I the only one who still has a diaper? Well, I wouldn't really admit something to that on stream, I guess. Oh, I forgot to change the game. Hold on. Painscreek killings. Game 60 emulated to a certain investigating a murder case. You will need to search for each location carefully, find clues to proceed, using the detection skills to uncover the hidden secrets. We recommend writing your own notes and or taking advantage of the in-game camera. Ooh. Oh. I didn't mean to skip that. I was hoping I could. All right. I'm going to quit, come back. Because subtitles. I'll do this again. Also, I didn't finish reading it, so. The game auto saves whenever you enter a location. Should you encounter a bug or problem, we're back to the enter the location. Your game will continue from there, and you will retain everything found up until that point. Okay. See, that's information I wanted to know. That's a good thing I started over. Hartford Times. R.E. Who killed Vivian Roberts? August 3rd, 1999. In 1995, Vivian Roberts, a successful businesswoman and wife of a former mayor, was murdered and dragged in front of her own home. The case was never solved and the killer never found. It was rumored that a private investigator was in Painscreek sometime later, but there's nothing more on that. Last week, we received news that large swathes of Painscreek County will be auctioned off soon. We would like to revisit the story and attempt to find out the following. Who killed Vivian Roberts? What was the motive? And what was the murder weapon? Please fit your findings and the front page photograph for your story to be published. Don't forget to bring the camera. I'll be honest with you, I didn't have high hopes for this game. It doesn't look all that fleshed out. But if it's okay, C for camera. If it's as fleshed out as it says it is, I'm all for it. I've always wanted a murder mystery. The sheriff's office. Black Pine Road. It might be important. Cemetery gate padlock 1131. Oh, is it still rating my controller? I don't want to play with a controller though. This is mouse and keyboard time. Third person controller, first person keyboard. What the heck? I don't think it posted all the way. You might have to post it in Discord. Hello, sheriff's office. I don't know. You're the one who posted it. Zoom the item in. Store the item in inventory. I need a flashlight. Painscreek. So I'm right here. Oh, it works. I tried. Really? Oh, this I've seen. I think it was Jack who reviewed it with his meme times, but that is pretty funny. All right, so Mayor's Mansion. I think I want to go here. M to open map. Okay, good. I have a good map. Can I turn up the graphics? Is it decent to turn it up just a bit more? Oh, too fantastic. Oh, let's turn up. It's how I lost the try not to laugh challenge. The pain sound effects got to me. No, definitely. It is hilarious. It doesn't look that bad. Anything useful in here? Ooh, okay. Let's get out of here. Ah, ooh. Namaste. I'm terrible at it. Ignore me. No, it's closed for good. What? Open. What did I say? I don't understand. Hmm. Maybe there's a key I missed. That was the point. Read. Oh, here we go. Dear Sheriff James Howard, due to the increasing population of Painscreek County over the recent years, we have decided to delegate manpower elsewhere. This letter is to inform you that you have been reassigned to Grand County starting May 14th, 1998. Please report to our office before May 12th, 1998. Richard O'Connell. So they had left. Classified. Ah, here we go. 1138. Or is it 1131? Scott Brooks, Painscreek Trinity Church pastor's son, suspected for killing Vivian Roberts. Witness reported seeing suspect fleeing from murder scene late night. The police apprehended Scott Brooks yesterday afternoon. He was residing at the Roberts hunting cabin by the trailhead. According to a witness who at this time has wished to remain anonymous, he was coming home late on July 19th at around 11:50 p.m. When he saw Scott walking very quickly away from the Roberts mansion, heading down Silver Lake, although Scott looked upset, the witness did not think it unusual until a few days later when he came across a newspaper article on Vivian Roberts' murder. Feeling uneasy about the whole situation, he called the police. Shortly after this call was made, the police arrived at Scott's cabin and questioned about his whereabouts the night Vivian died. Scott said he did meet her that night, but said he had nothing to do with her death. Scott was later brought down to the station for further questioning. Oh, is that in my journal? Okay, good. I don't have to take a picture of it. Ooh, hello. Vivian Roberts' funeral was held this afternoon. Bernard, the butler, Dorothy, the head servant, Derek, the family chauffeur, and his mom. Wanda, who was fighting cancer, attended. Vivian's husband, Charles, came with their daughter, Tricia. Charles did not utter a word. He was very quiet. Most of the town came and paid their respects at the funeral. Halfway through the ceremony, Tricia started to weep loudly. Dorothy brought her elsewhere. And the crying dying down, I noticed that Dorothy looked tired. It must have been tough to take care of Tricia. She's been having multiple breakdowns. I can't blame her. With the loss of her mother and with her boyfriend being accused as the killer, it must have taken a toll on her. I feel sorry for the whole family. Oh, you risked it all and you lost it all. Now you have 0. So that must have been the funeral when it happened. September 6, 1995. The town of Painscreek is quickly becoming a ghost town. The population has decreased drastically over the years. Ever since the deaths occurred, it seems that more and more people are actively looking to leave this town. It's sad to see a once lively town become what it is now. I didn't mean to put the one. Shit. Oh, that sucks. December 2nd, 1995. It's been almost 6 months since Vivian was killed. Her death still bothers me. Why was she killed? What was the killer's motives? She was someone who had earned the love and respect of the community. No employee of her nor any citizen of Painscreek reaped any benefit from her passing. It doesn't make any sense. February 20th, 1996. Painscreek Community Hospital has officially closed. The remaining patients have been allocated to other hospitals that will provide suitable services for them. To be honest, it's hard to watch them leave. I wonder if the day will come when I will be reassigned somewhere else. And he was. What? Okay. Anne's courtyard. So here. Am I missing anything else? Moon Cafe. It's just a flyer. Missing. Last seen on the playground. Last seen 4 people laying across the river on the playground. He's wearing a shirt, blue jacket. He has a scarf below his left eye. Vivian Roberts, successful. Oh, thank you for the hug, Shoto. That's very appreciated. Here. There you go. Hugs. Vivian Roberts, successful businesswoman and wife of ex-mayor, found dead in front of her home. Third death to strike Painscreek in less than a year. A third death. Vivian Roberts, the wife of ex-mayor Charles Roberts, was found dead in front of her home at 1 Dock Drive, Painscreek. Maple Drive. At 7:15 a.m., Mary Martinez, a maid currently working at the mansion, was retrieving the morning paper when she saw Vivian's body. She immediately called 911. Painscreek Sheriff James Howard arrived shortly, and the victim was pronounced dead. The time of death was estimated to be between 11 p.m. last night and 1 a.m. this morning. The body is currently at the coroner's office waiting for an autopsy. The people of Painscreek have started grieving for her. Candles and flowers were being placed at the gates in front of her home when she was found. Vivian was indeed a person whom many respected and adored. Her success in business, her loyalty to her family, and her love for the people of Painscreek are unsurpassed. She will be missed. That is something to take note of. Damn it, I don't have pen and paper. I want to see something. Can I? No. I'll have to pull up my notepad. Hold on. "11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Interesting. I'm still missing a key, though. Yeah, I already picked you up. I don't know why you're there again. Ghost flashlight. The story of Tenty. Tanti. Oh. Desk drawer. Alright, open inventory. Janet, my journalist ID. So my name is Janet Kelly then. I look downright ugly, to be honest with you. Vivian Roberts murder case report. This report is an update of what happened to Vivian Roberts. Scott Brooks, the only suspect of this murder case, was apprehended a few days after Vivian's body was found, according to our investigation. Someone Scott at around 11:30 p.m. near the woods north of the mansion. No, you're fine. Thank you for saying so long, Shoto. It feels hollow now, doesn't it? Me saying I appreciate it all the time. I don't know. 2 hunters were looking for more wood for their bonfire when they heard shouting. They witnessed Scott and Vivian arguing. I won't pay full attention. No, you're fine. However, they were too far to hear the contents of the argument. 6 months prior to Vivian's death, Scott was fired from working at the mansion. She cited Scott for tardy work and rebellious behavior. She also prohibited Scott from visiting the mansion and meeting Trisha, who by then had a close relationship with Scott. We are currently investigating the case. Scott is our main suspect in Vivian's murder. Key to an old gate. Well, as long as you say. Alright, so I did do it correctly. It's just not correct. Inventory key. Here's Maple Drive. One Maple Drive. So yeah, the mayor's mansion. Apparently there was a package. So from here all the way towards the end of the lane. Boarded up houses. Why is that house not boarded up? That door isn't boarded up either. Not the postal service. Just door 8. I can go inside these, it seems. I'm not going to right now. Honestly, if I just wander around places, I'll get mixed information. I feel like things will take forever too. Oh, some of them might not even be required. Hello, car. It's locked. There's some papers in there though. So there was a package here. Unless the car was the package. What's with the music? What can you do if you are locked out of your own car? Oh, use a Slim Jim. The hooked end of the tool is thin enough to be slipped between the car's door's window and the rubber seal, catching the rods that connect to the lock mechanism. Yeah. So I'm guessing that's how I get into the car in the parking lot then. As a guess. Old fashioned way to listen to music. Darts. Really? Alright, kind of trivial. Painscreek Village, untouched nature, explore the area. Your own personal tour, rent a boat, hunting licenses, must visit areas. The Moon Cafe's acclaimed coffee has been known as one of the reasons people come to Painscreek. If you haven't had something from there yet, we highly recommend you visit and taste for yourself. And the Hunter's Trail. Oh, and a Painscreek's prize are hunting grounds. You, however, will need to obtain a hunting license from a local sheriff. Interesting. Here's some of our usual customers. You might want to memorize this. Church 46, Silver Lake Boulevard, Painscreek. Okay, so this is what I was referring to. Hold on. Holy Crusaders. What's up? Six Super League. What is that? Photo Lab? 5. What? How are you, Holy Crusader? Robert Estate. One. Maple, obviously. Mayor's house. That's good! Mr. Morris. What is that? 19? I believe that's 19. Black Pine. And we have Mrs. Hall and woo! It's a little early for this. All right. Looking at our map, we have Black Pine. So the road I came down was also Black Pine. 19 Black Pine. Which one is okay? So town center is over here. I'm fixing my RimWorld mod list. It won't load some mods I want. I don't usually play with mods on RimWorld. Five Walnut. Okay, Walmart's there. And then we had the church, Silver Lake. So those are houses I probably should visit. Nothing interesting. Yeah, War Crying Spawn makes it better. If you say so. I'll take your word for it. It's locked. Hello. Late rent fee due. Dear Stephen M. Thank you for your rent payment. As stated in your rental agreement, however, when rent payments are not received by 0404, you must pay additional rent because of a late charge due or because you did not qualify for the rent discount. The required additional amount was not included in your payment and is therefore now due. Please send the additional required rent amount of $85 at once to bring your credit balance up to date. Remove it from the delinquent list. This amount must be paid within 7 days from the date of this notice. Thank you for your prompt cooperation. Sincerely, Rosalie P. Interesting. All these are locked. Nothing interesting in those. Reminder. Letters or documents for in-guest goes in its respective slots. Here's the key that you requested. 7 Black Pine Road, Painscreek and L. We don't have 7 right now, so that'll be our next destination. Does the key say 7? It does. It okay. So 7 Black Pine is another destination because you can torture your prisoners. Well, I mean, I'm sure you could. The system that it has is interesting. I can never get too far in it, though. I'm not good at management like that. Ooh. Keys. 4th attempt to get stuff working. That's what I feel. Champagne liquor boy. Read. Neil Marl, Baldry Norman, Fran Reynolds, Howie Timothy, Norm Aiden, Stephen Moss, Clancy Huey. What are these numbers? Are they phone numbers? They seem like it. But this number is different from this number. This one has 55555555730. That makes no sense. 201, 202, 203. 204, 201, 203. Weird. Standard rooms. Also with a mod called Antimatter Annihilation, make a super weapon that you can use. Well, I mean, that's par for the course. Yeah, I'll read it the way you typed it. Also with a mod called Antimatter Annihilation. Oh, I'm sorry. Annihilation. Make a super weapon that you can use. Date outs. The only one who doesn't have a date out is Stephen Moss in 201. That's odd. OP, but endgame tech. Oh. I don't have a 201. A locked toolbox. I have 202 though. What? Good. Yeah, it's locked. Oh, maybe it's just the room, not the actual key for it. Okay. So, Photo Lab was the 5 walnut. Also, I'm not the best at spelling. Done judge me. How long stream left? It's gonna go on for a little while longer. I don't really have the need to stop right now. I might combine it with my morning streams. Why not? 204. I said don't judge me. Well, you know what? No one's judging you, so calm down. Who the heck put the... It's right in the middle of the... I swear. And I don't have the mind to walk around it. Yeah. The Holy Bible. Wonderful. This room is plain. 203. Hello. Nothing interesting, it seems. Two 202. The Bible. And not really much else. So as I feared, there's not really a need. Though room 201 seems like a good opportunity to find some clues. All right, now I gotta test the mod list to see if it works. Here we go. I suppose I should head to the murder scene. See what I can find there. Right? That's the correct thing to do, right? If I'm here, I want to simply go this way. Well, that's weird. Okay. Wait. Here's a farmer's market. So I want to keep heading this way. Walnut. I want to head up here, right? All right, no, I want to keep going this way. Enter. Hmm. If I remember correctly, they said that the body was somewhere around here. Surprisingly, there's no blood. Even a small amount of a blood stain would remain. It also doesn't make any kind of mention on how she died. At least not yet. Hmm. This must be the Roberts family. Hmm. Unless she was murdered elsewhere. God, this place is massive. Where the hell would I even look first? Failed again. Alright, we'll check out this area back here. But it looks like it's got a padlock on it. Oh, here we go. What if it's... Damn. There's something in there along with, what, 2 keys? That looks like 2 keys. Well, not much I can do but go inside and try to find some paper that explains how to get into it. Alright, guys, what do you think? Should we head upstairs first? Damn, it's locked. Or should we explore the downstairs first? Attempt 5 will initiate. Yes is not an answer. Dr. Henry Johnson found drowned in vehicle at the bottom of Cherry Creek Lake. Body submerged in water for as long as 15 days. Downstairs is logical. Sure. Then upstairs. A burgundy car was found at the bottom of Cherry Creek Lake yesterday afternoon. A swimmer who chose to remain anonymous said he was diving in the lake when he saw what appeared to be a red car glittering at the bottom of the lake. He swam towards the vehicle and was shocked to see a body in the driver's seat. He quickly called the police. 3 hours later, the vehicle was pulled out of the lake and the body was identified as Dr. Henry Johnson. Based on the... And was identified as Dr. Henry. Based on the police report, the body had been in the water between 10 and 15 days. Painscreek Community Hospital confirmed that Dr. Johnson was last checked in on June 28th, 1995. Hospital staff assumed he had left Painscreek for business purposes, which Dr. Johnson was known to do rather privately. No missing person report. So, no one was looking for him. That must suck. Oh, here we go. Nothing. All right. Let's check the kitchen. Got some tableware. Place is pretty cleaned out. It's a nice house, though. Stretch. That feels better. Oh, wait, there's a note on the fridge. Wait, they are... why do they have 2 fridges? And 2 stoves? That's crazy. Anyone delivering food to church on Saturdays, please lock all the doors and return the key under the flower pot before leaving. So let's remember that. So when we go visit the church, which it seems like they deliver food to the church, there's a flower pot that has a key in it. Nothing. Hello. May 24th, 1993. I've been here for almost 3 months. Everyone treats me well. Most of the workers have been here for a long time, some as long as 30 years. Dorothy is probably the oldest maid here. She's really nice and responsible for taking care of all the maids. She's always giving me snacks. The other oldest worker is probably Bernard, the butler. He's so serious, I don't think I've ever seen him smile. June 2nd, 1993. Dorothy and Bernard don't talk much to each other. However, they are perfect when it comes to attending Charles and Vivian's needs. I guess that's why they are in charge here. I noticed Charles and Vivian are never together much ever either. Even when they are both at home, they don't seem happy. What is going on? Vivian was passing by when I broke the vase. I must have been really nervous because I stood there for God knows how long. I thought she would scold me or even fire me. Instead, Vivian invited me to have tea with her. She asked about my parents and what I wanted to do in the future. I told her I hoped to open my own deli someday. She said I could do anything if I set my mind on it and work really hard. Like me, she used to be poor. Now she's a successful businesswoman. I hope to be like her one someday. July 6, 1993. Wanda is sick. I've heard she has cancer. It has been 2 months since I took over for her. Her son Derek stays with her whenever he's not driving for Charles. I feel sorry for them. Luckily, Mr. Roberts helps with their financial needs. I pray she gets well soon. Weird. October 14, 1993. Andrew shouted at me for walking on the grass, though I was sure I didn't step on it this time. He's always drunk anyways. Andrew. You mean Andrew Roberts? Is it Andrew Roberts? Hold on. I need to take notes of. We have Vivian Roberts. Has there been mention of the dad, the father, the mayor? I don't think so. 'Cause I don't know what's going on. You're fine. So we have Dorothy, which was head maid, and what was it? Bernard, which is head butler. Bernard and Dorothy, head maid, head butler. Let's see. I didn't step on it this time. He's always drunk anyways. Scott told me to ignore him. I'm not sure how he could be so patient, always taking care of Andrew and covering his workload. I would have assumed that Scott was Andrew's son if I had not known that Father Matthew adopted him years ago. He's so nice and talented, not to mention handsome, if only he wasn't taken. I'm confused. Andrew shouted at me for walking on the grass, so I wasn't sure. I was sure I didn't step on it this time. Hey, what you doing attacking me for? All right, give me just a moment. Really quick. All right, really quick. Here's the kitty again. Meow. She wants to go outside, so I gotta go let her out real quick. All right. Say bye bye, alley cat. Meow. Meow. Cat. He just loves it. Cat is adorable. I am petting it. I didn't hear if you answered how long of stream left. I wasn't really planning on quitting yet. You will pet it more. Who's a kitty? Who's a kitty? Who's that kitty? You. Who's a pretty kid? All right, well, everyone say bye to Alley Cat. She's gonna go upstairs. I go outside too. All right. I'm a pretty kitty cat. You're a pretty kitty cat. Bye. Bye. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. I apologize for the wait. I'm going to take a moment because I didn't realize how hungry I was until I started thinking about food. So I got myself some leftovers from the party from earlier. So I'm going to eat that really quick. And we'll continue. Actually, there's not a whole lot here. Some basic munchies. So I can just continue playing and munch during. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, I was going to take. Oops. Sorry, someone's messaging me. It takes so long to load. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so we have Andrew. And I'm going to make a guess here. I think he's a gardener. All right. With the mention of Andrew shouted at me for walking on the grass, though I was sure I didn't step on it this time. He's always drunk anyways. I think Andrew is the gardener. Hold on. So yeah, I think Andrew is the gardener. Well, let's see. We got Scott told me to ignore him. I'm not sure how he could be so patient. I was thinking of Andrew and covering his workload. I would assume that Scott was Andrew's son if I had not known that Father Matthew adopted him years ago. Nice. Good job. All right. So let's see. Father Matthew. So we have the priests, I'm sure. And Scott, who was adopted by Father Matthew, right? I'm not sure. I would assume that Scott was Andrew's son if I had not known that Father Matthew adopted him years ago. He's so nice to tell, not to mention handsome. If only he wasn't taken. And he is in a relationship. So Scott is in a relationship. Have we heard Scott before? I feel like we have. Scott Brooks. That's right. So Scott, who is picked up by the police, is the same Scott. who is also charged for murder. Dun dun dun. So this father's priest, or the priest's adopted son, charged for murder. Ain't that interesting? Oh, hello. To-do list. Laundry duty today. Clean out the attic. Water the plants. Book Mrs. Roberts' apartment. Wash the windows. M. 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 Welcome back. So we found out Scott and the last page of this book is also the same Scott that is charged for murder. Right now. We also have Wanda. Right now I'm taking down names that might seem important. So let's move this up here. It's a latency thing. It should be pretty low. It should be very low. So it. Oh, you want the link? Hold on. I recommend attempting to speed it up. I think that's something more on your end. Try refreshing it. Okay, right. Let's see. Just wait. Let's see. We have Wanda is sick. Of her, she has cancer. Temp 6 going up. Oh, nice. So we have Wanda, who is sick with cancer. With a son, Derek. Who drives as a driver for what? Charles? Driving for Charles. I think Charles is Charles Roberts, the murdered's wife. Or murdered's husband. I'll put an asterisk around Roberts. Oh, in case you didn't know, Skeki-chan, if you're in the chat, if you drop a follow, you'll get a little avatar. Oh, this place has lights? What? Well, this is weird. Oh, it's locked. I don't have... Oh, the door is bolted from the inside. Any things going on? It sounds like it. Oh, I see. Garage. Okay, let's continue exploring. Oh, it's a big mansion. It's locked. That goes upstairs. It's dark no matter what. Come in here. We got a book over here. Oh, another journal. Ah. Oh, it's cold in here. All right. March 14th, 1993. We went hunting this afternoon. Scott's quite a fast learner. It has good manners, too. I told him to call me Charles, but he kept saying it's more appropriate to call me Mr. Roberts. Kill kindness in gruesome ways. Oh, I also found out finally how to butcher humans and cook them in RimWorld. The Cannibal's Feast! You know what? I mean, in a survival situation, I guess there's some things you gotta take care of. So we did confirm Charles is Charles Roberts. Vivian Roberts' husband. Who... Let's see. He almost got the deer on his second try. If he keeps this up, I'll take him over. I hate cursive. I take him over Bernard. I believe that's Bernard. Hooray, suspicion confirmed. So Bernard is the head butler, but apparently he is Charles's hunting partner. Trisha's been rather obvious in her interests. He's a good-looking young man. Trisha is their daughter. Trisha Roberts. In relationship with Trisha. In relationships with Scott. We have Charles Roberts. So now we have the trio of Roberts. He's a good-looking young man and respectable to others. I don't mind his status. There's nothing wrong with being an orphan. If there is, it's the parents' fault. I know that Trisha fancies him. I've grown to like him too. There's a few robot mods, and the ones I have are pretty good. Android Tears and the Androids mod. Nice. I don't remember androids being a thing. That's cool. Oh yeah. So Scott, I'm putting him in his own bracket. We already kind of figured this, but Scott was orphaned. I doubt it really makes much of a difference. They aren't in RimWorld, but cyborgs are regular. Nice. I don't think being orphaned is much of an issue, but who knows? That might come up later. Today is Mom's death anniversary. It's been 18 years since she passed away. I paid my respects at her tombstone. Vivian wasn't feeling well and chose not to come, so I asked Scott to accompany me. He brought fresh lilies. He said lilies suggested the soul of the deceased has returned to a peaceful state. Sometimes I feel Like, he's like a son to me. Orphan colonists! In rule it ain't. Orphan colonists, more to butcher. Now that I think about it, Vivian is always getting sick during this time of the year. Okay, so this is Charles's journal then. I knew our relationship would not be as close as we had it, but ever since Vivian discovered my affair, oh, she hasn't been the same. Since she once joked to her friends during a dinner that all politicians are alike, and as a politician's wife, she has learned to close one eye. Sometimes I feel sorry for her. I think it was because of Trisha that she didn't leave me. She is a good wife and a good mother. I am grateful for that. Also, thank you, Sergeant M. Doodle, for following. Give it a moment and you should see your avatar. Yes. This should be Skanky-chan. So yeah, that should be Skanky-chan, a friend of mine. Unfortunately, he's a bit tipsy. Well, they are. I don't tend to care about gender. I'm grateful for that. Anyway, so we know Charles Roberts had an affair. Oh, you had a lag spike? I'm sorry. Anyway, taking down notes. If you guys want to, you can join in and take down notes. Holy crap, it's the Mona Lisa. Cool. We're capturing anything important into your investigation. Cool. I have no notepad. LOL. The new one has arrived. More orphans? Alright, we'll continue this way. We have another half to check out. This place is pretty big, though. Almost surprisingly big. What's over here? It's locked. But I can't open it. Weird. Yeah, Sergeant Doodle. M. Doodle. If you want, hit that extension, Stream Avatars extension link, and you're able to change what your avatar looks like, earn money, to get to change what your avatar looks like Pokemon. Pokemon's popular. Ooh, the map. Okay. That's the second floor. That'll be useful. You earn coins by... I'm not allowed to interact with that. Okay. You earn coins by simply being here, as well as gambling. Who doesn't like gambling? Show them how we gamble. I'm kidding. Oh, that didn't work. Yep, you can use the slots. F, I forgot. Alright, we're headed to the second floor. Exclamation point bet. to do this. Again. Jump. I can also duel each other. All right, so this is Trisha's room. I don't have access to it though. Weird. Now we're on the balcony. Ooh, what's this? Notes for Vivian's tea schedule. Tea time is 3:20 on the dot. Use a flower pattern cup for Mondays. Gold line cups are for guests. Use half a cup of milk. Always leave sugar on the side. Never interrupt unless she calls for you. Praise the sun! Well, in any case, I can't go into Trisha's room just yet. Should never invade a girl's private room, though. This is the tea room. I don't have access to that. A sheet to count scores. Okay. Simple. The Painscreek Herald. 20 years later, Painscreek still honors the lives of coal mine workers. Oh, jeez. All right, give me a few moments. I'm gonna eat some of this food. I haven't eaten any yet. You guys read it for me, and you guys can tell me what it's about. Corn. Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was reading. I did read it while I was eating. But I simply made that excuse so you guys wouldn't have me read it out loud. Ooh, who else is here? We got Pancakes. What's up, Pancakes? Ooh, slight lag. Sorry about that. Yep. Sorry about that. All right. I got some food, so let's continue. Do I need to read this? 20 years later, Painscreek still honors the lives of coal mine workers. But yeah, it's basically 20 years ago, 6 members of the village. 6 people died in a mining accident that was owned by Roberts. Now, if you're just joining in, we're an investigative journalist looking to find out who killed Vivian Roberts, the ex-mayor's wife. they had a. Let me get my notes. They had a person of interest, Scott Brooks, which is the adopted son of the priest Father Matthew, and the family, Vivian Roberts, the murdered, Trisha Roberts, the daughter, and Charles Roberts, the father. Father Roberts was the one who owned the mine, Charles, and it looks like Vivian married into the Roberts family, the mother who was murdered, shortly before, right? Who had just married into the Roberts family. So yeah, right when this happened, apparently right before that, Vivian had married into the Roberts family, and she donated to help with those families. But she already knows that it would never replace the thing that those family lost. A lot of wine bottles. Nothing. Hmm. Oh, I see. All right, let's see. Let's go this way. Locked. Locked. I forgot to return the servant room's key in time, so I left the key in the kitchen drawer. Key in the kitchen drawer? I looked in the kitchen, though. Security room. Oh, where's the kitchen? Over here. Maybe I didn't open all of them? Kitchen drawer. Cups. I can't move anything out of the way. This is what I'm dealing with. Maybe it was moved. Or maybe it's over there. Aha! I found it. Shopping list for Trisha's birthday. 30 packs of balloons, candles, new table sheets, baking powder, eggs, strawberries. M. Who the hell is M? Because Dorothy is the head maid, and we haven't seen an M yet. But in any case, we now have a key for this door up here. Inventory. Use. Note. And you report Scott to Bernard. The suspicious acts are getting out of hand. Today I saw him peeking into Mr. and Mrs. Roberts' room from the window. He's been told many times now not to do this. Weird. So Scott was spying on Mr. and Mrs. Roberts? Interesting. Vivian and Charles Roberts. There's another journal. Let me get this. I was cleaning Mrs. Roberts' tea room when I stumbled across a pile of letters full of negative comments addressed to her. Why on earth does she keep those letters? She, more than anybody in this town, doesn't deserve to be attacked by these faceless cowards. These people cannot see the positive impact she has made for this community. It's not her fault that her business deals can't please everyone. M. If only I knew who M was. Diary. February 3rd, 1995. Wait a minute. When August 5th, right? Damn, it doesn't give me a year. August 6th, 1995. I was cleaning the mansion attic today when I found Derek and Wanda's old stuff. I asked Derek about it, and he told me he used to live here with his mom until he was about 6 years old. We chatted for like an hour. I have never talked to him that much. It felt quite nice talking with him, rather relaxing. Derek and Wanda old stuff. Yeah, Wanda had cancer, and Derek was her son. Lived in mansion until he was 6 years old. March 3rd, 1995. I had to interact with Bernard today. His left wrist was swollen pretty badly. When I asked what happened, he claimed he fell during rock climbing and twisted his left hand. So I can't help with writing the Easter invitations this year. I told him he only needs his right hand for writing. He looked at me as if I was joking. How could I have known that he was left-handed? Ooh, that's important information. Whenever someone makes mention of a hand, it is important information. Left-handed. So the butler Bernard is left-handed. Dorothy asked me to help clean her house tomorrow. I didn't know she was her own place. She has her own place. I thought she lived with the Roberts family in the nanny's room. She says she hasn't used the house for the past few months, but it needs to be taken care of every now and then. She'll be 60 this year. I think I should help her. P.S. The address is 40 Black Pine Road, Painscreek, NL. All right, so you have a new address to check out. Forty Black Pine. And that is Dorothy. Dorothy's place is 40 Black Pine, so I'll have to check that out. Trisha and Vivian had an argument during dinner. Vivian is thinking to send Trisha to college, but Trisha wants to be with Scott. She is not thinking straight. Trisha wants to go to college, but she... June 1st. June. Interesting. So like 2 days later? I was about to clean the gallery when I noticed the door was already slightly open. I looked inside and saw Mr. Roberts standing in front of a painting. Right before he left, I heard a faint click as he was leaving the gallery. I hid it in the staircase hallway. When I was sure he was gone, I went into the gallery to see what he was so entranced by. It was just a painting of an old woman with a white headband. I wonder what's so interesting about this lady. All right, well, remember that one. It sounds like a secret passage. There'll be a grand party to celebrate Trisha's birthday this evening. She will officially be 21 years old. Trisha and Scott are meeting at the shed behind the mansion. They call it their secret hideout. I know Vivian doesn't want Trisha to be with Scott. Should I tell her about it? Dr. Johnson is dead. He was the head of the Painscreek Community Hospital as well as the Roberts family doctor. The police came by and asked if Vivian would be willing to go down to the station for another interview. I was nervous, but Vivian was very calm and accepted their request. She came back in the evening and assured us that everything was okay. She had nothing to do with Dr. Johnson's death. His death was purely an accident. Is that something to really take note of? Either way, it's saved in my journal. So if I need to, I can come back to that. I hope you guys are taking notes. Oh, look, it's a workout room. Aw. Wasted opportunity. So we need to find the woman with the white headband. What, this one? Ooh. I can't do anything with it. That's fine. So he's hiding something in a secret safe. What could he be hiding? Other than that, I haven't really found anything else of interest. I've looked everywhere else. Oh, what the heck? Why is this out here? That's odd. Well, we have the shed I can't open because I don't have a code. The code might be in Trisha's room, but I don't have access to it. I don't think I've been in there. It's locked. I need a code. That's why. Turn off my light. Is there anything in there worth? Well, there's the map, but there's no way to get in there right now. Let's make a circle. All right. Well, let's head out. Because I've checked everything I can check here. So we'll head somewhere else. Let's go check on some of the addresses I have. One moment. Cold. Yeah, bye. All right, where were we? Some lag for some reason. We'll turn it down. That's better. We'll go this way. So this should be Black Pine Road, right? 15. So which one should we go to next? We have Dorothy's house. We have the church. We have the photo lab. We have Robert's. No, we already did that. We have Mr. Morris. We have Mrs. Hales. And an address with no name, which is 7 Black Pine. Which one should we go to first? Oh, wait. No, we're right here. All right. Well, the decision was made for us. This is Dorothy's house. Locked. No, I kind of figured we probably wouldn't be able to enter. We just don't have a key. All right. We'll come back to this one. Put it on the list. Let me get out a spoonful. Mm. Let's go. We have a cemetery. Well, I guess we could go to the postal service. Weird. Oh, this is the Moon Coffee thing, isn't it? No, it's Big Books Little. Locked. All right. United States Postal Service. Closed. Great. And no back door either. Maybe it's just a landmark. Light spike there. I have no idea where I'm at. Let's see. We have 18 Black Pine Road. We need 19 Black Pine Road. That's 30. $28. There's 20. One of these is 19, right? I don't think these are considered Black Pine, right? 4, 22, 24, 26. Hmm. 6. Or two, 8. There's 10. I'm missing 19, aren't I? 3, 11, 13, 15. There's 1. 16. Un cafe. There's 18. So where the hell is... Yeah, Mr. Morris's house, which is 19 Black Pine. Am I a big dummy? 26, 24, 22, 4, 7, 9. Hmm. How about trailer's closed. Do not enter. Well, this seems kind of dangerous. It's now run a children's player. Children must be supervised by responsible adults. Why does this lead back here? Into an open river. That doesn't make any sense. Hello. To-do list. Get more firewood. Give Trisha my spare cap. Trisha. I don't know who Trisha is. Oh, no, you're fine. Thank you for joining me for so long, Shoto. Really appreciated. Visit Andrew at the hospital. And he's probably the gardener, like I thought. Check hospital for missing tools. Of course it's locked. Seriously, I can't climb up? Alright. Doop, doop, doop. I might lurk. You're fine. You don't have to. I'm just trying to solve a murder. Cannot go in the water. I should go in the water. My equipment will get wet. I guess you're right. I guess. Well, I still cannot find Mr. Morris's house. His house seems unable to be found. 22. 26. 28. 30. 32. I cannot find Mr. Morris's house. That's an issue. As we have 16, 18, and that's it. There is no 19. Let's see. I guess we can check around here a little bit. See what I can find. That's still locked. With no degree on whether it opens or not. Just a little alcove. Another little alcove. Town center. Well, since we're here, we need to find 10 town center. That's 5. 9. 8. So this. Maybe this isn't the right one. 5. 7. 3. The farmer's market. There's 2. Wait, no. It's so confusing. I hate streets like this. Town center. 4. 5. 13. 14. 16. Okay, so if this is 13, then yeah, this one right here is 10. Right? I also have 9 here. 1 here. We had 1 on Walnut. 5 for the photo lab. 2. 5. That is locked. Is there any place that isn't locked? Well, it wouldn't be a locked town if it wasn't locked. We still remember the church, though. I think church is our next option. Our only option, really. Until we can find more keys. The church is also... Ooh. Thank you so much for the 15 bits. Thank you so much, Shoto. Who would leave their car? Oh, the graveyard's open. It's locked. Interesting. Raymond Brown. Andrew Reed. Magdalena Roberts. 1907 to 1975. You will always be remembered. 1975. Wait, Trisha Roberts? We will always cherish and remember you. Oh my god, Trisha's died? Wait a moment. Hold on. Sarah Goldberg. Vivian Roberts. No, wait, hold on. We have Vivian Roberts here, 1995. But now we have Trisha Roberts, 1995. So mother and daughter died. What? Oh, look, 6 left to 200 bits. Yeah, hi, and you will earn them. Hi, Shoto. I'm kidding. You don't actually have to do that. Oh, jeez. Trisha. Okay, hold on. I have to. Well, thank you so much for the bits. You did not have to do that. There's Gary Roberts. Don't know who that is. In 1989. 1928 to 1989. Why? Wanda Tyler. Wanda. Raymond Brown. Christopher Burke. Timothy Sanders. Andrew Reed. Alright, well, anyway. Just so I have pictures. Yeah, Trisha died the same year her mom died. That's terrible. Let's go read about it. And the padlock was open before I could get to it. That's locked. Alright, so we have the church. And it's locked, but there is a flower pot. With a key, right? One of these is hiding a key. Ah. Can't use it there. Or maybe the front door. Alright. Hello, church. Thank you for lurking, Shoto. I hope to see you next time. The church will be closed for the funeral of Andrew Reed. June 19th, 1995, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Church will open from 5 p.m. Weird. Have jobs that need done by a dependable, experienced, and friendly guy. Scott Brooks. Scott. Oh, Scott, yeah. Oliver's photography. Yeah, makes sense. Welcome to Painscreek Trinity Church. Sunday service, 8 a.m. Tuesday evening prayer, 7 to 8 p.m. Friday Bible study, 6 p.m. Community lunch, 12:30 p.m. Last Thursday of every month. Pastor Matthew Brooks. Okay, so Pastor Matthew is still Brooks. Okay. Got some information. Let's look around. Ah. Mansion worker Andrew Reed's charred body found in his burnt home. Body covered with third-degree burns. At around 11:25 p.m. last night, a fire broke out on 7 Black Pine Road. Painscreek Andrew Reed, the owner of the house, was found deceased with third-degree burns from head to toe. He was seated on the couch in the living room next to the fireplace when the fire likely started. The cause of the fire has not yet been determined, but the sight of alcoholic bottles on the floor suggests the carpet may have been soaked and helped increase whatever else set the incident off. According to possible witnesses, Andrew was seen drunk last night when he was leaving Anne's courtyard. Anne's Suites. Police found bottles of empty vodka in the living room next to the fireplace. No foul play is detected at this moment. Andrew Reed, a gardener. I was right about the gardener. A handyman for the Roberts family for more than 2 decades, has a wife and son who. And I can't continue. June 7th, 1995. So, Andrew Gardner died June 7th, 1995. I saw his gravestone. So it's not that hard to believe. Ew, excuse me. So, sorry about that. Excuse me. All right, where are we? Bathroom. Notes on fridge. I will stay at the cabin tonight. I don't need dinner, Scott. Cabin. Is that the same cabin that I visited earlier? It seems to be the case. Storage is locked. All right, then. It's locked. Why is it marked exit? Oh, that's weird. Let's look on the other side. Oh, I see. This is the key, the confessional. Doesn't seem to be anything of interest. Alright, let's head upstairs. A very small church. Locked. It's likely the priest's study. Photo of previous pastor, Father Calvin. There are some dates marked on the calendar. Choir practice from Sunday Mass. Final court appearance. Public baptism. That was October 1995. Nothing interesting. Scott Brooks pleads not guilty to killing ex-mayor's wife, Vivian Roberts. Yay, you exist! Main murder suspect Deanie denies killing former employer. Scott Brooks, the adopted son of Father Matthew Brooks of Painscreek. And I think it's working. Wonderful. Church pleaded not guilty in court yesterday. According to Scott, he met with Vivian in the woods that night, but went home after their meeting and did not step out of his cabin for days. When he left her, Vivian was still alive. When asked why he met with Vivian, Scott's answer was that they had met to discuss about personal matters. It was only between the two of them. Scott denied further questioning, stating only that he had nothing to do with Vivian's murder, that whoever killed Vivian must have committed the crime after he had left. As to why Scott was at his cabin for days after Vivian was killed, Scott explained that he did not even know that Vivian had been murdered. Staying at the cabin is just something he has always done, that he feels at ease while at home. Scott is currently detained in the county jail. No bail has been set for his release at this point. Photo of Matthew and Scott years ago. Yeah, it's an odd picture. A key. I returned the tools back to the storage room. So this must be the storage room key. No. I will find whatever this code is for. Nothing of interest. Just a bathroom. And this must be Scott's room. Time for my music. Nothing of interest. A model plane. Very simple. Oh, come on. That looks like a journal. Nope, this is a journal. Father Matthew picked me up from the orphanage today. He said I will be staying with him from now, and I can call him Dad if that's okay with me. On Monday, he will bring me to sign something. He says that after the signing, my name is not just Scott, but Scott Brooks. I'm so glad I now have a home. Father Matthew brought me to the attic today. There are so many wooden toys, and he made them all himself. He asked me to choose one that I liked. I chose the toy plane. It looks so cool. He says he can teach me carpentry when I'm a bit older. He even made a secret space for me in my room so I can put my special treasures inside. I love Father Matthew. The older boys are always bullying me. They called me a bastard child and a weirdo. They said that's why my own parents didn't want me. What does bastard mean? Father Matthew says I should be patient, but they threw stones at me. Father Matthew cleaned my wound. That's painful. Father Matthew told me to forgive and forget. He said they don't know what they're doing. I like Father Matthew, but I hate the boys. Trisha defended me today. The boys walked away when she said her dad is going to catch them and put them in jail. Trisha. Okay. I want to be like Trisha's father. 1985. I want to be the next Charles Roberts. That way no one will ever bully me. Derek is always here whenever Trisha invites me to play. He is 5 years older than me. He's like her bodyguard or something like that. And he's really good at drawing. Derek. Right, Wanda's child. He likes her bodyguard or something like that. And he's really good at drawing. He gave me one of his drawings today. He says he only gives drawings to friends. I wish I could draw like him. Maybe I can make a wooden toy car for his next birthday. Oh, that's nice. But there is, let's see, packing date, moving out, meeting Trisha, September 1993. Here we go. What date would work? $1985, perhaps? It doesn't. What other dates were significant in this? Friday, May 3rd. May, June. So 0603, maybe? No. I'm not sure then. September 15th. Trisha would be a decent indicator. Since he was here since 1993. He was really into Trisha. July 12th. 0712. No. September 15th. What's that? 10:15 or 9:15? That wasn't it. What's up, Cyclone? Also, welcome back, Shadow. Oh, I can't seem to figure it out, but I still have a key for this door. Scott's things. Locked. Ooh. That's what I need. Alright, so let's take a few pictures. Alright, that's fine. Alright, let's head out. It's 0, 1, 2, 3. I already tried that. I'm lying. But I don't want to try that. What's that actually be? That's right. I actually do have a key I can use. I don't remember where it goes. Which means I have to go back to the inn real quick. But first, it goes in a hole. Thank you, Cyclone. But the main issue is which hole does it go to? March 13th, 1997. To P.I. Steve Moss. I came across your name through a close friend of mine. She highly recommended you, saying you are a person of integrity and a very reliable investigator. It putting it in all the holes until it fits right. Yeah, but that takes forever. So I would like for you to investigate the case, which happened in 1995 in a town called Painscreek of the murder of Vivian Roberts. I was there when it happened. Hold on, give me one moment. All right, bye, Holy Crusader. Thank you. Hold on, I'm eating corn. Oh. Corn. Yummy. Passing the savings on to you. Got corn and potato salad. Basically, as I was reading and while eating corn. Also, I see that hydrate. And that stretch. And that posture check. I already did that. So I have a close copy of the threat letter. So apparently, this is to the person before me who actually, this private investigator is sent me, I believe. That's the case. Because they couldn't figure it out. I know what you did. Meet me by the well at midnight. You know which one. Come alone. Interesting. What's weird is that he just left his things there. Like, who does that? Weird. I mean, if you did that, you'd be a cyclone. Was there anything else here? I guess not. Oh, there's this one. Okay, 7 black pine. Oh yeah, I wrote it down too. I should have wrote key on it. All right, really quick. I'm gonna mark a few things. So let's go find the 7 Black Pine Road. Twelve. 2, 8, 10, 11. Ah, I hate how they numbered these roads. It makes no sense. 6. Like 20? God dang it. 4, 22, 24, 26. Maybe 7 is nothing down here. Maybe this key is for the cabin. That's a thought. Unable to find 19 and 7. That's an issue. Oh, that didn't work. I tried. Well, this is the well, right? Unless there's another well in down. 28. 35. 15. 13. 12. 10. 8. And 2. Where in the hell is 7? Why is 2 right here? Am I an idiot? What the hell? Three. I can't go down this way. This isn't really showing. So we could probably assume that this is all black pine. There's 4. There's 6. So where the hell is 7? It's like it doesn't exist. Right, 6. Right, 2. 4. 6. Well, that's also 4. That must be Pebble Lane then. A different road. Someone made a mistake. Guys, I don't know. 9. I don't understand. I feel really dumb. Like I'm really dumb. Like I'm so dumb. I don't know. I'm dumb. I'm just so dumb right now. 16. Because I can't find house number 19 and house number freaking 7. And it's along this road. Am I missing something? Screw it. I don't care. I'm just going to go home. Go home. Oh, I accidentally clicked yes. It was an oopsie. I'm glad that you made it best. I hope you encourage the feedback and tell your story on the front page of tomorrow's super. Oh, for who killed Vivian Roberts? Can I Alt F4 and come back? Because I did not mean to push yes. I will need to look up something really cool. Don't tell me I hit the ending. And it won't let me go back. If so, that's a lot of backtracking. A lot of stumbling around, but okay, no, I'm back to where I was left off. Hold on. Alright, real quick. Wait, what's this way? $16, $23, $27. Weird. 9. Ooh, 7. Oh. Guys, I found it. All it required me is to have an existential crisis. Food. So this is Andrew's house. The gardener working for the Roberts who died of fire. door's jammed, so I'm not going in there. Hello. Dear Daniel, how have you been, my son? Daniel. Who the hell is Daniel? How have you been, my son? It has been a while since I last wrote to you. I'm getting much better now. My Dr. Johnson has assured me that I'm recovering well. I'm now working full time with the mansion. The hallucinations are gone. There are just 2 more checkups to do, and I'll be done with rehab. How's Mom doing? Is she still working at that restaurant? I hope she spends enough time with you. I don't blame her for leaving. I would wish I could be there for you. I'm sorry things turned out this way. Please forgive me. I have been studying money and plan to. I see. Daniel is his son. Most likely case moved out of Painscreek. We have this premium rums. So he's trying to get better, but I guess he couldn't. And we have his bedroom. Oh, great. Satanic rituals. Wonderful. Why do I feel like there's something behind this bookcase? For us. Yeah, that bodes well. Lots of medication. Andrew Reed, take 1 pill daily with every morning with water. Dr. Henry Johnson. Refills 2 before 5/19/25. Antidepressants. He's got a lot of other pill bottles on the floor, though. Well, this was useful. And by useful, I mean not very. Because kind of hoping to find something of more. Oh, here we go. A diary. This is actually interesting. May 12th, 1994. I hate to admit it, but Scott is a good kid. He's hardworking, takes care of me when I'm drunk, and he's a man of his word. I'm starting to like him. June 10th, 1994. Did I see her again? How can that be? Why doesn't the medication work anymore? Did he give me cheap pills? No, that can't be. He's as guilty as I am. We're all in it together. We cannot abandon me. They cannot abandon me. What? Ever since Scott asked about her, I started to see Sophia again. Why did he have to mention her? I need more pills. I think I'm going crazy. Oh, Lord, I know I'm a sinner. I realize it now. That's why I'm growing crazy. I know that nothing I would do will bring her back. I pray that our sins do not pass down to our children. Please forgive us for what we have done. Sophia is most likely his wife, right? He's as guilty as I am. We're all in it together. He cannot abandon me. They cannot abandon me. Is this a cover up? I think this is a cover up. I don't think Sophia. Oh, I'll write that name down. 'Cause that sounds important. I don't think Sophia is his wife. Maybe. Just not a whole lot of information to go off of. But I don't think Sophia is the wife. I wish I can get in there, but I guess not. Is there anything else of value? Because I think that's it. Yeah. A whiskey bottle and a note. Did the note say anything about the mother? No. Huh. Sophia. I think what happened was Sophia was most likely killed by a group, perhaps? Aren't you creepy? What's that, a mannequin or something? What is that doing over there? Oh, no, that wasn't a mannequin. That was an actual person. Person just watching me. Great, wonderful. Damn it, I should have taken a picture. Hold on. Reload. Hold on. Alt F4. I want to take a picture. Save scumming. Save scumming. Go. Ah, I still got a picture though. Of course. So now I need to find 19. $27. Can't see that far. 9. 5. Can I just go under this? I can. I'm not entirely sure on where to go next. 11, 13, 15. 1. We could go to 10. Already did that. Well, this has been interesting. But I think I'm going to stop here. Well, this is really cool, but I feel like it doesn't really do much. Now, right now, I am rather stuck. Not really sure where to go next. I have clues and codes and all sorts of information piled up in my journal. The only problem is, I don't know how to put it all together. And that's the main issue that I'm having. Oh, that was the cemetery gate. So I'm going to stop here. I'll probably continue this on my own. But for the moment, there's one more game I wanted to check out, and it was this one. If it'll show up. I don't know then. Nope, there it goes. That's fine. Ah, dearest child. It broke our hearts when we sent you away, but it was the only way to keep you safe from the darkness that poisoned our land. When the day comes that you seek the truth, trust in the celestial compass to guide you. It will lead you far across the sea, into darkness and into light, but it will always lead you home. Home to Gamia. I'm getting kind of Wind Waker vibes with this. Interesting. And pause. Give me just a moment. Looks like your compass is pointing into that bank of fog. Looks pretty thick. I'd best get up to the bell. Ooh! This is amazing. I thought Camilla was just a made-up tale. I'm glad I came up from the kitchen to see this. Tack the sailor. The legend is true. There really is an island kingdom. I wonder if we'll see any strange new creatures. Captain Poulin, if that compass of yours is right, Camilla should be just behind that bank of fog. Are you ready to finally see the island? Uh-oh. Don't worry now. I'll get Luff the sailor on the bell to warn passing ships that were near. Oh gosh! Fear not, sprites here. You are and your friends are safe. You will see them again, but first you have a great task ahead of you. I am Mary, once a proud protector of these lands. I have been waiting for you. Please, may I see your compass? As I thought, a celestial compass. Use it whenever you are lost. It will guide you truly, but for now your path is blocked. My family can help you, but they themselves are lost. Find them, and they will lead you home. Now, Sprite Seer, awaken. Your journey has only begun. Weird. This is an odd game. Feels kind of weird, too. Ooh, a human. It's been a long time since I've talked to a human. All the people who could talk to me have gone away. Please take me with you. I don't want to be alone anymore. Mushroom. Ooh. This is sparkling air rock. There aren't any villagers or villagers around here, right? What about this? Can I interact with this? No, it's not. I can hit this rock though. This rock. The way out is just past the murk. It's bad stuff for you humans, though. I'll try to get rid of it, but I am not sure if I can do it alone. Alright, cool. Phew, that was hard. I wish I had my brothers and sisters to help me out. If we work together, I think we can find them. Ooh, there's a village over there. Let's go check it out. You aren't looking the best. I bet we can find some help there. Or if we get lost, you can use your celestial compass. It's able to map out your travels too. Anyway, let's head over to the village. Day 1 year one. This thing has years? I discovered a stick. I also discovered a spotted brown cat. Hello, traveler. You look like you've been through some hard times. Please come inside. I can offer you some warm food and a soft bed. The townsfolk warmly welcome you. Once your belly's full and your worries are eased, you head hits the soft pillow and you drift to sleep. Yeah, that's much better. You look ready to face the world again. Just one more thing before you go. Ever since that terrible accident years ago, Merc has been popping up all over the place, making life difficult. But the people here are friendly and we'd love to share what we know. Ask around and you'll soon have all the skills you need to make your way in this world. That storm that capsized your boat, it also destroyed the East Docks. Now, that's a big problem for us. This is a trade guild, you see. Well, at the East Docks, bringing in goods, we're not in any position to help you out. Let's see here. Take this mallet and gather some stone from Marina. 8 stones should be plenty to prop the East Docks back up. You'll find stone around the grasslands and near the cliffs. Once you've got enough, deliver them back to Marina on the beach. Well, I mean... It's a bit more questy than I was hoping for. Oh, hi. I heard there was a new face in town, so you were to learn the ways of a trader, eh? Also, all just swapping stuff for other things, you know? A trader has to get creative, too. Here, go grab a vine and 3 steaks, and I'll share a trade secret with you. Oh. I heard you're in need of a roof over your head. Well, you're in luck. The old farm in the South Field was abandoned when the Merc appeared. If you can clear the Merc, you're welcome to the farm. I'd love to see the old place patched up and running again. Take this axe and gather some materials to fix the place up. 16 wood and 5 sticks should be plenty. The farm is in the South Field through the big tunnel. You can't miss it. Welcome. If you have any special items you ordered, come see me to collect them. Give me a moment. No, I don't seem to have any items for you. Have you ordered something recently? Oh, this is an odd one. What time is it? 6:07? Shota, are you still around? I should have done that. Should have done this. Alright, so those things I got for you to grab aren't actually for me. They're for you. As well as making trade deals, you can craft items to trade. Crafted items generally trade for a higher price, which is nice. Here is the recipe to craft a bundle of sticks with those items you grabbed. Just remember, you need the recipe and the craft items to craft. Okay. Let's craft a bundle of sticks. I want to become a comedian. They can make a person smile and laugh just using words. But I'm missing that one special joke, the one that'll make everyone laugh. My masterpiece, my epic joke. Well, I know I won't find it standing around chatting all day. I need to get out into the world and seek out my epic joke. I hope we'll run into each other again. See you. Yeah, good luck with that. Ooh, wood. All right, let's see. I need more stone. Ruffle. Aren't you a big one? Grass fox. You look more like a red panda. Oh, a cyclone's not even here. Shoto, if you want a duel, I can duel you. Ah. And this goes here, and that goes... Ah, hello there. Whoa. You got everything I need to finish up? Sure beats me trying to piece it back together with driftwood and crab shells. It'll be done in a jiffy, and Tried will start coming through to Fairmont once again. Alright then. Now let's see. Hello, so you're the traveler who washed ashore earlier, eh? Well, no wonder you look a little wimpy to me, eh? It's important to be strong and healthy. You have to be big muscles like me to cut fodder all day. Here, take the sickle and show me what you've got. Get the long grass and bring me 10 fodder. Pop these details into your journal in case you forget. long grass didn't stand a chance. You're not as wimp as I thought. Like I said, having big muscles is important, but it's important to have a big brain like me, too. That way you can get other people to cut your fodder for you. Thanks. Grass needs cutting. And now I have to repair the farm. Cute. What's your spice you have found? Or where am I supposed to find more sprites?
Oh.
Let's take some more measurements.
Hmm.
Well, isn't load bearing. Weird. Just random worms. Gems and stuff. Well, yeah, that leads me back to the farm, but I need another spirit. Right. It's been a pretty rough start for you, hasn't it? Oh, I don't have much to offer. Please take my spare pickaxe. Payment required. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no payment required. Good rocks and prosper. Okay. Well, that's odd. You gotta tell me where we can find more of your buddies, pal? Pal buddies? A Squamble. Oh, I guess you're a Squamble. Weird. That's all I can really say about this game. It's just kind of odd. It's odd. Can you clear this? Nope, I need 3. No indicator. What is? Yeah. What a 6. Oh, dang. Have you seen my Gruffles? There's Princess Sparkle, Fluffy Kids, and Mr. Peabody. They're such sticky little growfies. We were all ready for our daily dress up when they vanished. I just know you'll help Fluffykins will be most scared by a child bullying right to her.
Huh. Oh.
Gruffy. There's something up there, I just can't reach it. Looks like Fluffy Kids went south right here. Stop turning, I want to see what you are. Kinda cute. Cute.
Yeah.
5 fish. I don't have fish. Party fed. No sticky flowers allowed. Party fed dog. Hello. Yeah, that's this little stream. Look out for Brothel. Mountain mug. Hmm. Psst, you. Yes, you. The one wearing those clothes. Let's have a chat. I can help you become a more fabulous you. Historious, the most fashionable cat in all of Mia. You may not recognize it, but I'm a trad school baby. I need to get out of these techie clothes. They ruined my mojo. So let's get moving. It's more freaking ocean mist in the air. It must be spring. Spring is all about the sunshine and fresh looks, baby. The season is all about yachts and sailor. Bring me sunglasses, a sailor top, and a sailor pants. Hey then. I found a on a bobbin top. I guess. This is odd. It's a very large string. Oh.
Huh.
Sounds like Arbor Bridge really needs to get rid of their decoration stuff. Okay. That's fine. I think I'm gonna take a break and come back later. Thank you guys all for joining me. I'll be